people.
Anyway, yun lang yung tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Saliga. We now recognize the gentleman from Ramain, MP Zia Adyong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would go straight to my clarificatory question since I only have 3 minutes. This is regarding the issue on the hiring process. Mr. Speaker, is it safe to assume that the guidelines for the hiring process, streamlining of the rank and file, including promotion, demotion, or even disqualification, is subject to the ruling of the Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker?
May we hear from the proponent?
The answer is affirmative, Mr. Speaker.
We are waiting for their response.
Mr. Speaker, the hiring process will be done in the region. The minister will be the one signing the appointment papers.
Now, what is the participation of the civil service as asked by MP Adyong?
On the qualification, I'm asking about the qualification in the standard in the hiring process, in even and demotion in disqualification. Is it safe to say that this is also subject to the ruling of the civil service?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we follow the regular national program for hiring process. For teachers, we hire them. They need to be let passers. And eventually there will be other requirements as you go higher in level. It will follow the civil service requirements.
Thank you very much for that answer. Now let me, Mr. Speaker, let me invite the attention of the Vice Chair on the recent Civil Service Code that we adopted, we approved. On Article 36, subparagraph B and C, it states here, Mr. Speaker, that the employment status of teachers to any teaching position shall be any of the following: A, permanent, an appointment issued to an appointee who meets all the requirements of the position, and the subparagraph B, provisional, an appointment issued on an appointee who meets all the requirements of the position except the eligibility, but only in the absence of a qualified eligible actually available who is willing to accept the appointment, as certified by the school's division superintendent. It shall not be effective beyond the school year during which it was issued. The appointment may be subject to reappointment or renewal. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Vice Chair, how did the committee arrive in appreciating this particular section under Civil Service Code relative to the provisional teachers, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as long as I understand, we respect the provisions of the CSC. But currently, right now, we no longer have provisional teachers, and there's no certification from any division that there's a position that needs teachers and requires that, and there are applicants that has no let.
So at least would the Vice Chair agree with me that the specific provision under Civil Service Code, which we adopted recently, Article 36, subparagraph A and B, should also be given consideration, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that can be applicable. And later on, if we go to the superintendent qualification, that might be applicable because that is the situation that we are looking at when we have the superintendent's qualifications.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, my next question, Mr. Speaker, is on Section 9, Chapter 3 of the Higher Education. I'm sorry, I think this is Chapter 9 ba ito, Higher Education? Chapter 3, Section 140. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the language that was used and introduced in the committee report somehow resembles that of the provision under Republic Act 11054, specifically on Article 9. But the difference is that the last sentence was dropped in the committee report. I would like to quote Mr. Speaker, if I may be allowed, the exact language or the exact sentence that was dropped from the original formulation of the BOL. And I quote, "The national government shall continue to support, enhance, and strengthen the Mindanao State University." I would like to ask the Vice Chair, Mr. Speaker, what's the rationale behind dropping this particular sentence, which is which is specified under Section 9 Republic Act Republic Act 1154.
May I ask what particular section you have cited, MP Adjong?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I am referring, Mr. Speaker, to Section 140 of the committee report of the draft, which speaks about the integral part of the Bangsamoro educational system, which is similar with Section 16 of Republic Act 11054, and this covers the Mindanao State University in particular. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the language under Section 16, Republic Act 1154, is similar with Section 140 under the current draft of the Education Code. However, the last line in Section 140 was dropped, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to ask the proponent, what's the rationale if we are to simply replicate the language of Section 16, RA 1154, which I agree we should altogether place there the entirety of the formulation, Mr. Speaker.
May I hear from the proponents? That will be the last question of MP Adjong to give way to the others.
Yes, I would obey the 3-minute ruling, Mr. Speaker. I have my concern, Mr. Speaker, are mostly amendments. These are just the major concerns that I would like to ask the proponent,
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
May I hear from the proponents and the question raised by MP Adjong?
There's no problem with that, Mr. Speaker, if that will be reintroduced into the amendments. And we also believe that the provision itself is already okay. But if we want to be more attuned with the BOL, then it would be okay to reintroduce that line, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I would reserve my privilege to reintroduce or introduce amendments. And I would like to thank the Minister of MB's HTE, Chairman Iqbal, for accepting majority of my proposed amendments during the committee level. And I commend the Committee on Education for coming up with a comprehensive education code. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the
We will now
opportunity.
recognize MP Jam Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I only have 2 questions in reference to Section 126 of the Code.
Section?
126 of the Code and the provision on Tahfiz al-Quran. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my 2 questions,
Can I proceed?
allow me to thank and congratulate our good minister, the chairman of the Committee on Education, the TWG members, and all the members of the committee for considering the inclusion of the Turias in the code, or the Tahfiz al-Quran. This is one of the unique features of the Bangsamoro Education Code, wherein we give proper recognition and assistance to the Turias for the first time, Mr. Speaker. I am a strong advocate of this Turiel, Mr. Speaker, because in fact, I filed a resolution on this, no? For MBHTE to regulate, supervise, and provide support to the Turias, and for MSSD also to render regular assistance programs respectively. With that, Mr. Speaker, we also conducted focus group discussions, and we provided the TWG our report on the result of the focus group discussions. And these two questions are the part of the report, no, that we conducted. In any case, in the said Bangsamoro Education Code, Tahfiz al-Quran or Turil is now being recognized as an alternative delivery mode of education under the ALS. Accordingly, it shall be regulated and supervised. Moreover, the ministry may provide appropriate support. On this aspect, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to clarify what form of regulation and supervision of Turils do we refer to. I'm asking this because during our FGD, some of the Turils we interviewed are actually asking for some form of accreditation so they can be properly regulated. They see this actually as a protection also from being tagged as being grounds for terrorism. My question, Mr. Speaker, relating to this is that will there be accreditation process for Turils as part of the ministry's regulatory mechanism?
Yes, ma'am. In relation to our code, what our code actually provided is first the recognition of the Toril system as an educational institution. Then next, because we've recognized that in our code, there will be a process of accreditation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. My second question, what are the kinds of support we are extending to them? Because again, let me share in our FGD, they likewise raise the need not only for financial support, operational expenses, but also capacity building, scholarships, infrastructure, etc. Are these forms of support covered, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the most contested and debated provision of the Bangsamoro Education Code. There were many proposals coming from several members of this parliament, especially Tony Maysara Latif, and Jamila Ramos, and other proposal coming from other members of the parliament. Talagang pinag-usapan po namin ito at saka the views of the members of the technical working group first and then later on the members of the committee ay divided talaga. Kasi if you look at Tahfiz al-Quran, basically ang pinag-aralan dyan yung Quran, saka baka meron mga tafsir halimbawa. So to outsiders, especially non-Muslims, ang tingin nila dyan ay religious na institution. So alam naman natin, lalong-lalo na yung mga abogado, na hindi tayo pwedeng gumamit ng pera ng gobyerno for religious purposes. Kaya highly divided po ito na issue. Pero nakita rin namin na importante ito, although meron kaming reservation on the religiosity of the institution, but we also realize na importante ito. Kaya ang last na bargaining po namin ay appropriate support. Appropriate support, hindi outright na support na hindi qualified. Pero as to whether ano ba yung appropriate, yan pag-usapan natin yan at saka may lalagay niyan natin yan sa implementing rules and regulation. Not now. Kasi mayroon sensitivity, may legal challenge po dyan. Kaya ang nagawa po namin, what we did in the level of the technical working group and in the level of the committee is to provide it provision qualifying that the support should be appropriate. So that's the background of this issue. So anyway, maraming salamat kay Madam Jamila Ramos for raising that question. But I think, I don't know if it would be discussed here in this interpellation and debate. But probably it can be introduced during the period of amendment.
Yes,
Yun lang
thank you.
po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but let me just share also the provision in the Bangsamoro Education Code, specifically in Section 2, Chapter 1 on coverage. It states there that the Bangsamoro education system, consisting of all education systems, including formal, non-formal, and informal, public and private learning institutions in all levels, basic, higher, and technical education. It is clear from this definition, Mr. Speaker, that all education types are covered, including TURILs, which are non-formal and private learning institutions. To be inclusive and comprehensive, the same shall likewise govern how TURILs shall be accredited and regulated. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my proposed amendments during the period of amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Ramos. May we now call on the Deputy Speaker, MP Hatimil Hassan, with his interpellation, if he is still around.
Yes, I'm still around.
You can now ask
Mr.
your
Speaker.
question, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may query lang yung tungkol sa language of instruction sa educational system natin. Have we placed that in our education code na specifying kung ano-ano ang mga languages na pwede natin gamitin sa medium of instructions? Yun lang, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
May we hear from the proponents? He is asking about the medium of instruction.
Mr. Speaker, depende po sa level. For grade 1 and grade 3, ang preference po natin yung mother tongue, ibig sabihin yung local language sa area.
Grade
Then,
1 to?
Grade 3.
Is that in the code already?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It will be the mother tongue. Then higher up, pwede na po yung additional ng Filipino and English. Pero sa public madrasa po natin, at a certain level, they will also be using Arabic as their language, together with Filipino and English. Section 65.
Have you heard it, MP?
Nailagay ba? Mr. Speaker, nailagay ba natin yan sa code natin?
Yes.
Anong section sa code natin kung nailagay natin?
Mr. Speaker, it's section 65 po ng code.
Section 55.
65. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you satisfied,
Salamat.
Deputy Speaker Hassan?
Yes, satisfied, but I may, sa period of amendment, I may come in and intervene again.
Thank you. May we now call on MP Bayintan? You can now fire away your questions, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I've asked these questions during the committee meeting deliberation. However, I want to put forward this to the plenary just for the information of everyone. Mr. Chair, this is regarding the school division offices, Mr. Chair. I've asked this already, Mr. Chair. By putting Section 21 in the Education Code, which says school division offices and doesn't talk about the district offices. Mr. Chair, just for the information of everyone, I know the answer, I've heard it. Mr. Chair, what will be the difference between the current setup and the future setup of the school division offices, Mr. Chair? Right now, how many division offices that we have? I know that we have MAG 1, MAG 2, but in here, we lump it into Maguindanao. So what will be the implication, Mr. Chair, when we apply Section 21, Mr. Chair? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, The setup of our division is the the wordings of provinces here, Lanao, Maguindanao, Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, and the cities are just descriptive of geographic areas because eventually we will put divisions as many as needed by the area. Meaning for Lanao, it will be Lanao Division 1, Lanao Division 2, and Marawi City Division. And currently, our Maguindanao division is actually just one division, but it will become two divisions, Maguindanao 1, Maguindanao 2. Then also for the other areas, there will be divisions as necessary, Sir Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification because this will be part of the record, Mr. Speaker, that later on, once we issue the implementing rules and regulation, it should form part of the details of the IRR, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I supplement by Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
Yes.
Just for the information of everybody, the Chief Minister had already signed an executive order creating two divisions in Maguindanao because formally and officially there is only one division in Maguindanao. So an executive order was already signed by the Chief Minister creating two divisions in Maguindanao. And also there was already an executive order creating a division out of the 63 barangays and also creating two divisions in Basilan and Lamitan and as well as Sulu. But in the case of Sulu, while there was already an executive order signed by the Chief Minister, but there seems to be some reservations by some personalities in Sulu. So we are still evaluating or assessing the situation whether to proceed with the creation of two divisions in Sulu or at the level of the ministry, we are really decided really to create two divisions in Sulu because that would help develop our education in Sulu so that you would be able to have a quality education in this area, especially Sulu. But no decision yet whether we will proceed with it immediately. And this is only for the information of the Honorable Member of Parliament by Intan Ampatuan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is a very welcome information, Mr. Speaker, because when we look at Section 26, it doesn't say about those things, Mr. Speaker, and that's a good, very good information. As I promised to the committee, Mr. Chair, I will not ask many questions, Mr. Chair. Instead, I have actually three proposed amendments on Section 104, Section only two, Section 198, Mr. Speaker. And my last question, Mr. Speaker, is about the IRR, Mr. Speaker, and I asked this also during the committee meeting, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of the IRR, Mr. Speaker, is this law, is this code self-executory, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the general rule is the implementable provisions of this code will not be dependent on the IRR. But certainly there are certain provisions that would be better if the IRR are made.
Thank you. Those are just my clarifications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm part of for disclosure, I'm part of the committee. That's why I need not ask many questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Bayintan. We now call on the Honorable Deputy Majority Floor Leader, MP Tago, to ask his questions. Followed by MP Raisa Jajuri and MP Musa Diamla and MP Jess Burahan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is my interpellation is more on clarificatory questions on the provisions of the code because I understand is the code itself is comprehensive enough for the good of the Bangsamoro region, especially so that which I appreciate very much in the provision of the Mudaris teachers were incorporated, the renovation of the code and the provisions on our independence to create a curriculum for our schools. My clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker, is if the proponent will allow is regarding the eligibility of the superintendent, SDA's superintendent of division schools. In under section 34, it states that aside from the other qualification, it states that there must be a corresponding third level eligibility. What does it mean, third level eligibility, Mr. Speaker?
That just says so eligibility, Mr. Speaker.
So meaning, Mr. Speaker, our division superintendent needs a CISO eligibility. Which, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I found it awkward. Our Director General, probably sa grade 27 or 28, does not need CISO eligibility, while his subordinate needs CISO eligibility. So that's my question, Mr. Speaker, because in the drafting of our Civil Service Code, we have specified that those positions which is before as categorized at third level eligibility, we gave it at second level eligibility with the designation of executive managerial positions. So that is, I found it awkward because if division superintendent needs a CISO eligibility and his superior does not possess CISO eligibility, that's awkward, Mr. Speaker. That's why I clarified it, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you know, my favorite way of looking at situation is to put context into the discussion for us to understand and appreciate the whole issue. Actually, the original formulation coming from the technical working group is really to provide as one of the qualifications of division superintendent, second level managerial. But in the committee meetings, since it was very democratic, and we don't recognize whether you are in the minority, whether you are in the so-called majority, we act as one body, and we listen to each one's point of view. And for that reason, since there was a strong move on the part of some members of the committee just to elevate the level of education in the WARM so that it would be at par with that of the national standard, wherein the division superintendent would be a CESO or CESI. So the argument prevailed, but on the condition that if somebody raises this issue during the period of amendment, while we are bound to defend the position, defend our position or the committee report, but in this particular instance, in this particular provision, we have an agreement among the members of the committee that anyone can vote on either side of the debate. So we would explain that thoroughly probably at when we are in the period of amendment, so that both sides of the coin would be discussed thoroughly, so that if there is a division of the House, it's up for the members of this honorable body to vote in accordance with his conscience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the explanation, and in a proper time, I will move for its amendment in order to conform with our Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker. Then, because the others has been asked, regarding our, Mr. Speaker, the follow-up question regarding our relationship with understand we have similar so many state universities and colleges within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region area. Some are chartered, some are not non-chartered. My question, Mr. Speaker, is what will be our relationships with these state universities, and up to what level our jurisdiction to these state universities and colleges, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we follow the formulation of the BOL. Those with their charters follow their charters. Then those that does not have their charter will follow the regulations set by the MBHTE Higher Education Bureau, or the MBHTE itself, Mr. Speaker.
Follow up lang, isa lang, Mr. President. Regarding
Yeah, we'll
chartered,
give you one follow-up
yes.
question.
Regarding chartered SUCs, do we have an administrative supervision on the chartered SUCs, state universities and colleges? Do we have, even if it is chartered?
We follow their charter as their regulation, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that we can do there is we sit on the board.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So
for
they
the-
are autonomous, MP Rasul?
Autonomous as far as their charter provides, Mr. Speaker. But they are integral to the education system of the bar, meaning we will be informing them of the directions of the education policies in the region, hoping that they would also follow the BOL, which is a national law, which says that they are part of the BARM system also.
Do we need, I would like to follow up on that question. Do we need to outline these state universities in this law?
It was outlined already.
They are actually outlined, the ones with the charter, Sir Speaker.
Okay.
It's on section 143, sir, Mr. Speaker.
140.
143, Mr. Speaker.
It was outlined already. The names of the universities and colleges.
Do you still have another
Yeah.
question, MP Tago?
Only one regarding curriculum, because it's another innovation of this law regarding curriculum. It is yung Bangsamoro history, which is good. We can incorporate in our curriculum the Bangsamoro history and culture. My question is, I have a resolution, Mr. Speaker, that to be part of the curriculum is that as part of our campaign for moral governance is the lives and teachings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam be included as part of curriculum. Is that possible, Mr. Speaker?
May we hear from the proponent?
The life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad be incorporated in our curriculum. Is that possible, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to inform our colleague that the life of Prophet Muhammad is already included in the ISAL program. So it's technically it's already included in our curriculum.
Thank you very much for the info, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
MP Jajuri, you can now ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, the first question that I wanted to ask has already been asked. I will just reiterate that there is a provision in the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code regarding the classes of position in the career service. And we only have the first and second level eligibility for career service positions, which is not consistent with, as I see it, with the proposed language of the Bangsamoro Education Code regarding the positions of school division superintendent and assistant school division superintendent. Thus, the next question, which is my last question, is about the early childhood care and development. There are several provisions in the Education Code pertaining to early childhood care and education. Sometimes it's early childhood care and development. It also makes reference to the Early Years Act, which is a national law. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is what would be the role of the Ministry of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education and as well as the other ministries in relation to ECCD, or Early Childhood Care and Development?
Is that the daycare system?
Well, daycare is one of the aspects of ECCD, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, because two of my children are daycare students.
learners.
Can,
Yeah.
can I now proceed with the answer?
Yeah, you can now proceed, MP Iqbal.
During the discussion in the cabinet about the admin code, and then eventually it was passed in parliament, we had an informal meeting with Minister Raisa about that particular issue. Because if you look at the MSSD, that ministry has clear mandate over early childhood education. So what we agreed is that the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education, in drafting the education code, because we were the leading entity, is to follow what Islam had taught us, that education or seeking knowledge is from the cradle to the grave, without necessarily qualifying whether early childhood or not. So that was the meeting of the mind between Minister Raisa and me, and which eventually found its way, I believe, in the admin code. So I think that's far as I know about the issue. As to the issue of the division superintendent, I think the question is similar to the issue raised by the Honorable MP Tago, and probably we can discuss that in the period of amendment, because right now we have already explained our position in that regard, or in this regard, so that I think it would not require further explanation on the part of the proponent of the education code.
So, Mr. Speaker, one last follow-up on that
you
regarding
can ask.
early childhood care. So, just to be clear, on the part of the Ministry of Social Services and Development, our task in relation to daycare centers and supervised neighborhood play would be the accreditation of the centers as well as the daycare workers. But as to the curriculum, I guess that would be under the, well, actually early childhood care and education was put under, well, basic education, elementary education, and therefore the curriculum, I would suppose, would be under the jurisdiction of MBHTE. But the accreditation, registration of daycare centers and the daycare workers would fall under the Ministry of Social Services and Development, as well as the supplementary feeding of learners because they are aged 2 to 4 for daycare centers. If that, I'd just like to ask whether that is a correct assumption with the proposed bill, proposed code.
Is the MBHT in charge only with K-12?
Ma'am, based on the code, under Section 52, letter A, one of the powers of the MBHTE is to formulate a general basic education objectives and policies, adopt educational plans for early childhood care and education. We will be following the ECCD framework for the kinder program. When we say kinder program, it starts with 5 years old. So anything 5 up, those are the things that the MBHTE will formulate guidelines in relation to ECCD, ma'am.
Okay. Meaning below 5 years old, that would be outside of the
That yes, ma'am. That would
concerns of
be
MBHD.
more or less MSSD.
Okay.
But
May I be clarified? May I be
both of our
clarified?
yes.
If the 5 years old is a kinder,
Five.
it can be covered by MBHTE.
Yes.
That's the
yes.
answer.
Usually for daycare centers, the age bracket would be from 2 to 4, and then kindergarten 1 and up would be age 5 and above. Tama?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that at the end, in the ECCD system, both MSSD and MHTE will be sitting on the same committee and will be discussing the specifics on how to address children 2 to 3.
Okay.
Because when K to 12 enters, it's 5 and up, but the lower years they will be part of the daycare. I believe MHE can also help with the curriculum formulation.
And also tahderia for the same age bracket.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be all.
MP Musa Diamla, are you still around?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Musa Diamla, you can now ask your 2 questions. Please limit it to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I do have prepared several questions, but these questions were already asked by the different members, esteemed members of the Parliament, particularly on organizational structure and on the importance of the span of control and so on and so forth. Especially this was dealt with by MP Mawalil and MP Ampatuan as well as MP Loong. I would like to join them and thank them for bringing it rather to the Parliament. Anyway, Mr. Chair, as a member of the Committee on Education, I would commend our membership for passing for forwarding and passing our BT Bill number 70, Committee Report number 71. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, MP Diamla. And finally, MP Burahan, you now have the floor. MP Jess Burahan. The gentleman
Thank you,
from
Mr.
Sulu.
Speaker.
Yeah, you may now
Thank you,
ask
Mr.
your
Speaker.
question.
Actually, we have no observation for clarification. We have 3 concerns, but yung isa na nasabi na ni MP Paisalin Tago with regards to the SUC concerns. One is on the declaration of policies, nakita namin napakarami sa different provisions. Siguro pwede naman pag-isahin sa isang chapter, sa chapter 2 lang on the declaration of principles and policies. Then the last one is yung sa general qualification ng mga director generals. Ang nakalagay sa section 32, isang requirement is the residency. Hindi siya clarified kung ilang years dapat ang residency ng director. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you have a suggested formulation for the declaration of policies, you can actually propose it for during the period of amendment, MP Burahan.
That's only a suggestion, Mr. Speaker, na sana, just to simplify, iisa na lang sa chapter 2 or para hindi na siya masalimuot.
Duly noted. There was a question on residency. May we hear from the proponents, including the suggestion on the policies?
Speaker. I-check na lang natin, sir. Mr. Speaker,
Yeah, you may proceed.
we would just like to point out on Section 32 that there's no duration in relation to residency. So the position here is that they must be resident upon appointment. Upon appointment.
They
At the
must be
time of
resident
appointment.
upon appointment.
At the time of their appointment, they must already be residents of the BARM.
Are you satisfied, MP Burahan, with the answer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm satisfied.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to give a chance to 3 MPs in the Zoom to interpret the 3 last MPs in the Zoom, Mr. Speaker. MP Mujahid, MP James Macaraya, and MP Sultan Rimbang. In that order, Mr. Speaker. MP Mujahid.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I now
Just
have...
2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Do you allow them, because this is a special session and we have set the rules on the matter? They had ample time to
It's up
approach
to
you.
the presiding officer, Deputy Speaker, to allow them, Mr. Speaker. Just,
You want to accommodate them.
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. MP Mujahid, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isa lang po ang clarificatory na question ko po. Ito po tungkol po sa kung meron po bang promotional program sa mga teachers po natin. Kung meron, ano pong proseso dito, at kung wala, ano po ang mga...
We cannot hear you, MP Mujahid.
Yung tungkol po sa promotional program po o kaya process po sa mga teachers po natin, kung meron ba sa Bangsamoro Education Code, at kung meron kung anong mga proseso dapat gawin ng mga teachers natin, at kung wala, ano naman ang reason natin, dahil meron pong mga complaint po sa atin, meron na po mga 10 years, mga 20 years, hindi po sila na-promote, naging teachers 1 pa lang po sila. So yung po ang purpose natin na clarification po natin ito.
The question is the promotional, is there any process of promotional of teachers in the Bangsamoro Education Code? For example, teacher 1, teacher 2, meron po ba mo process?
I think MP Mujahid was referring to the merit system for promotion and qualification and promotion of teachers.
There's a section on that, Mr. Speaker. It's Section 77.
Section 77.
Qualification, appointments, and promotions of teachers. The ministry shall promulgate rules and regulations setting the standards for teachers, qualification, appointments, and promotion.
So that will be the IRR.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but it will be teacher 1, teacher 2, then there's a way of going up. Maybe the teacher will want to focus on teaching, or eventually they will move to the managerial positions.
MP Mujahid, are you satisfied?
Okay po, Mr. Speaker.
Di ba tayo kailangan yung president
answer
ng...
mga teachers po natin yung may concern tungkol po dito. Ang last lang ano po lang Mr. Speaker, yung sa put up o kaya sa pag-set ng qualification standards po sa mga madaris teachers po natin, kasi na-propose po natin ito sa CSC, kailangan po na ma-involve din po dito yung mga ulama sectors po natin. Kung meron po bang ano po dito na mechanism na nailagay po natin dito sa BEC.
I think the Madari system is in the MBHT, and I believe the ulama will be included here in the promotion.
Siguro, yung consultation naman among Muslims, mandatory man yan eh. You need to consult. Gaya ng Quranic verse in English, the affairs of the community is by consultation. But as to whether they would be part of organically, I think kailangan pag-aaralan yan eh. Kasi private ang category, di ba? So I repeat, in terms of consultation, rest assured na as Muslims and as a matter of policy on the part of the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education, kailangan natin yung consultation. Kahit na yung nasa IB, education, kailangan ang consultation dyan eh. So palagi ko wala naman masyadong problema doon eh. Kasi pag pinag-uusapan natin ng Islam, wala naman talagang dapat na tanungin natin kundi yung nakakaalam ng Islam. Diba? So, I think there is no problem about that. It's obligatory on the part of every Muslim that when they are engaged in the affairs of the community, they have to consult.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you rin po, Minister.
MP James Macaraya.
MP James Macaraya, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I am expressing my utmost support for the immediate approval of the proposed Education Code. Mr. Speaker, I don't have yet a copy of the proposed Education Code, but I have one clarificatory questions from the proponent, Mr. Speaker.
You may now proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
You may now proceed, MP Macaraya.
Yes. Do we have any provision in this code with regards to school governance? Example is the involvement of the parents in the school governance. In the Philippine Education Code, we have Parents Teachers Association before, that is the PTA, that was the PTA. Now we have Parents Teachers Community Association, the PTCA, Mr. Speaker.
May we hear from the proponent? Sir?
Mr. Speaker, on specific on Chapter 6 School Management, that's page 30, Section 84 of School-Based Management. So as far as practicable and under the principle of subsidiarity, schools shall enjoy greater autonomy in decision-making concerning local matters by ensuring the strong participation of all stakeholders, including school heads, teachers, learners, parents, and the community. And in relation to that, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why we don't have any more district supervisors. Our supervisors will be based on subject matters, EPS. Because what we are promoting in this new code is school-based management, the strengthening of school.
MP Macaraya, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, I'm satisfied, but I may have proposed amendment during the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The last, Sultan Rimbang, Mr. Speaker. MP Sultan.
Sultan Rimbang, you are recognized.
Sultan Rimbang, your audio is, I think, mute. Nakamute yata.
Sultan Rimbang, we cannot hear you. Hindi ka namin marinig. Sultan Rimbang, hindi ka namin marinig. Sultan Rimbang, di ka namin marinig. Naka-mute ka, naka-mute. Sultan Rimbang, you can just type your questions in the chat box. Okay, thank you, MP Rimbang. We are so sorry we cannot hear you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is
What is
MP Mangudadato's concern?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know from the good proponent of this education code, from the Ministry of the MBHT, Mr. Speaker, if he is willing to answer as to the inquiries.
You cannot proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was reading the code, Mr. Speaker, I was looking for a very clear provision as to the Regional Madrasa Graduate Academy is concerned, or the REMA Academy. Considering, Mr. Speaker, that REMA Academy is a product and a legacy of the regional government. And as we all know, it was already funded even before the defunct autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Now we have the BARM, and we are now crafting the Bangsamoro Education Code to strengthen and giving a brighter future as to the Bangsamoro children is concerned in terms of a quality of education. I would like to know from the good proponent, may I know if is there any concrete plans as to the REM Academy is concerned? Kasi nandyan na yan, Mr. Speaker. So wala po akong nakikitang concrete plans as well as the clear provision.
May we hear from the proponent? You can now answer, MP Iqbal.
Well, Honorable MP Kadapi Mangudadato, thank you for the concern. I am also very concerned about the Regional Madrasa Academy. In fact, until now, still problematic on how to effectively operationalize the RIMA Academy. And according to our lawyers, it would be very difficult really to assume full responsibility of the RIMA Academy, considering the fact that the salary grade of the president, is it president? Is the salary grade 30, whereas my salary grade is only 29. So how could I administer, how could I manage something or a person whose salary grade is higher than myself? So we need really to operationalize effectively as part of our wider school systems, the RIMA Academy in Buluan. But as far as the advices of our lawyers are concerned, then there is no very clear way on how to operationalize that. But, the operationalization of the RIMA Academy is one of the flagship programs of the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education. And I even invited MP Datu Kadapi Mangudadato to sponsor a bill to be presented to Parliament so that we would be able to really to fix the problems related to the RIMA Academy. And I hope members of this august body would be able really to look at the necessity of really having a bill that would clarify and that would strengthen the RIMA Academy. But anyway, while there is difficulty in trying to locate or situate the Rima Academy in the overall proposed Bangsamoro Education Code, but we still have a provision in this regard. Sana yan?
Section 141, sir.
Section 141. Chapter 4, Section 141, under the third paragraph. The ministry shall also have jurisdiction over local colleges and universities under its territorial jurisdiction, including the existing regional madrasa graduate academy. And this issue has even reached the office of the Chief Minister and the Attorney General. And the advice that we got from the Attorney General is that by operation of law, because it is already contained in the admin code, then the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education can assume supervision over that academy, the Rima Academy. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the good proponent for the very good and very clear answer. But, Mr. Speaker, if one of the problem is the salary grade of the president of the said institution, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do not see any big problem to that because we are in this chamber and we are the ones crafting and making laws. If there is a need for us to amend on that particular provision stipulating the salary grade of the president of that institution, then this representation is more than willing to help in any manner or way, Mr. Speaker, that could strengthen the operationalization of the REM Academy. So very clear from the good proponent that we need to legislate another piece of legislation as to the REM Academy is concerned. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we will be. That's the position of the committee. Since we have jurisdiction under REM Academy and considering that it has concerns, then eventually we need to pass a legislation and amendments to the REM Academy.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, while waiting to that piece of legislation for us to act, ano po ang mangyayari doon sa operation po ng REM Academy? Kasi as what I have known, Mr. Speaker, meron po silang mga enrollees na mga students. Are they going to continue to operate or what, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. In fact, in the Bangsamoro Appropriation Act, Parliament had provided 50 million for its operation. And good to state here that I think tomorrow they would be receiving their salaries. And then the Parliament has also appropriated 15 million to purchase 10-hectare lot. But you know, this point in time, it's very difficult to buy a lot along the highway because 15 million would be, I think it's not sufficient to buy a 10-hectare lot amounting to 15 million. And secondly, we have two buildings intended for the Rima Academy, one for a building and the other one for a covered court. So we thank Parliament for that because it's very important that while we have problems about the Rima Academy in terms of the legal aspects of the academy, but at least Parliament had provided enough money for its operation. And as I said earlier, it also provided one building and another for cover court and a 15 million to purchase a 10-hectare lot, preferably in Buluan, because to me, I wouldn't look at it as the more appropriate action on the part of the ministry to buy a lot outside of Buluan, because the Rima Academy is located in Buluan, then that lot should also be located in the municipality of Buluan. Unless, if we cannot find a lot in Buluan, then probably we can look for another option. But certainly, I would get in touch with the Honorable Member of Parliament Dato Kadapi Manguna Dato in this regard.
Thank you very much for that very good response from the good Minister, Mr. Speaker. And I submit. Thank you.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Floor Leader.
I move to close the period of amendment and debate.
There is now a move to close the period of interpellation.
Yes, Mr.
It's been
Speaker.
seconded. The motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now open.
May we request the MPs? in the net?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
May we request the Secretariat to flash the proposed amendments made by the individual MPs, including maybe MP Zia has a proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
May I suggest Majority Floor Leader to shorten the process? May we require those who have proposed amendments to submit or email the proposed amendments here, so that it will be flashed in the screen.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Now,
MP Zia.
yeah, may I, Majority Floor Leader? There are already 4 proposed amendments submitted to the Secretariat, except for I don't know, MP Ampatuan, MP Mawalil, MP Saliga, and MP Tagos. Proposed amendments are not yet here in the Secretariat.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Session resumes. May I inquire from the Secretariat if they are now ready to flash on the screen the proposed amendments? On the screen is the proposed amendment of MP of the lady from Maguindanao, MP Baintan Ampatuan. What is the position of the proponent of the Majority Floor Leader? You have a concern?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's already Maghrib prayer, Mr. Speaker. We move for a suspension for the Maghrib, considering that some of us here have performed Sunnah on the 6 days Sunnah.
What is it again?
Yes, may I move, Mr. Speaker, po have a 15-minute suspension for Maghrib prayer and as well as
You want to have a break?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That is the pleasure of the body. We will have a 15-minute
15-minute
break.
break. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
15-minute break. Session resumes. Majority Floor Leader, we are still in the period of amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of BTA Bill number 70, the committee report number 70 is on the period of amendment. May we request the Secretary General to flash the proposed amendments by the MPs?
The Secretariat is directed to flash in the screen the proposed amendments per proponent. First on the screen is a proposal by MP, the lady from Maguindanao, MP by Inta Nampatuan. Can the proponents read what is flashed in the screen so that we can expedite the proceedings? Mabasa niyo ba yan? Is it clear?
Kailangan natin explain.
Clear.
Mr. Speaker, before we decide on the proposed amendment, there seems to be a need for further leveling off because on the part of the proponent, medyo nagkulang yung explanation namin. So on the basis of our explanation, nagkaroon ng si Honorable MP Bayin Talampatuan ng proposal na ganito. Just to start the discussion para mampisa natin ang leveling off, basahin ko na lang ito, and then it will be followed by MP Rasmit Mug. As a non-lawyer, yung special eligibility na mudaris, ang sabi ng mga lawyer sa akin, wala naman yan sa batas na unless na kailangan pa dyan engage sa civil service na gaya ng mga ibang eligibility. So dahil doon, this is a test of autonomy given to the bar na on the issue na ng mudaris, pwede na tayong mag-decide on our own. Kasi wala naman sa batas na nabanggit na yung mudaris still under the jurisdiction ng civil service. Anyway, the lawyers can explain it fully because I am not a lawyer, but I'll read this formulation. The subject matter is special eligibility for asatids or mudaris. We corrected yung term na asatids kasi yung asatids or ustads is corresponding to...
Sir, I think you are now looking at Section 104. Can you please look at Section 1? Do you agree on the proposed amendment? Instead of Bangsamoro Education Code, MP Ampatuan proposes that the word code be amended to act. Do you agree to that proposed amendment?
I will defer the decision on that pending my consultation with the lawyers and then the other members of the committee. But with your permission, I would proceed to read a special formulation or explanation coming from our lawyers.
You may proceed, sir.
The special eligibility for asatids / mudaris herein granted shall not encroach upon the power of the Civil Service Commission and the Professional Regulation Commission to grant or confer eligibility on the basis of the following grounds. First, asatids mudaris is not one of the professions being regulated by the PRC and is not currently covered by Republic Act number 1080. Second, Section 18, Article 9 of the Republic Act 11054 or the Bangsamoro Organic Law mandates the promulgation of qualification standards of Madaris teachers, and for this purpose, the agency shall propose qualification standard subject to the approval of the Civil Service Commission. Consultation with Civil Service Commission revealed the possibility of granting of special eligibility for as long as there is a law or legal basis allowing it. Thus, the provision in the Bangsamoro Education Code. The ineligibility is good for appointment for the position of madaris or asatids and not intended to substitute second-level eligibility. For further explanation and to clarify the previous statement coming from the Vice Chairman, the Vice Chairman will explain our previous take on the issue.
MP Mitmug is recognized.
Sir Chair, this was the query of MP Don Loong earlier. Ito po yung tinatanong niya. Kailangan namin i-clarify yung position, Sir Chair. Sa BOL po ang sabi, yung CSC will provide the qualification for the asatids, which here we recognize as mudaris kasi yun yung teacher talaga ng elementary education. Ang sistema po ginawa natin sa code to trigger it para meron tayong mabigay na idea sa CSC kung ano yung qualifications needed kasi nga wala namang asatid o mudaris sa Pilipinas. Kinreate po natin yung section 102, yung qualifications, kung saan nilagay natin yung qualifications. And this will be passed pag na-pass yung batas, ma-pass ito sa CSC. Second po, dahil may qualifications na tayo, kung may mag-apply na madaris, para meron silang security of tenure, kailangan natin ng eligibility for them. Since nga yung mudaris o yung asatids is not part of the PRC, just like sa NAPOLCOM and just like sa COA, meron sila kung saan yung internal process, they provide eligibility. So dito po, ang importante po doon, dapat nakalagay siya sa batas. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng Section 104, yung special eligibility, where we recognize yung qualifications and we provide them with eligibility. Itong eligibility na ito, hindi po magagamit sa any other positions. Ibig sabihin, it's very specific for mudaris. Unless the CSC will authorize na pwede siyang gamitin for other purposes. So yun po yung explanation. Kaya unfortunately with this proposal na based dun sa Q&A namin ni MP Dong, lumabas na that it will be confirmed by the Civil Service Commission will be problematic sa idea ng code. So at this point, sir, baka we need to not accept the amendment.
So you are not amenable to the proposed amendment and section 104?
Yes, because we understand that the amendment is based on the exchanges kanina, which we are now trying to re-explain kasi nagkamali po kami kanina.
Mr. Speaker.
So MP Bayintan.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, before going to whatever actions that will be taken with regards to this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, just want to clarify things with the proponent, Mr. Speaker. Number one, it was cited in the explanation that the basis, one of the basis that they use is the NAPOLCOM experience and the COA experience. Based on the informal exchange earlier, Mr. Speaker, we asked if the NAPOLCOM experience is based on their charter. And I think I would ask the same question if it's within the charter of the NAPOLCOM and also with the CSC experience, if it's within the CSC mandate. Because we cannot compare these two with us because number one, CSC is a constitutional body. NAPOLCOM is another commission, Mr. Chair. In our case, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask what specific provision in the BOL that states that we can grant eligibility to our constituents and not the civil service. Remember, Mr. Chair, that the Civil Service Commission was not devolved to us. only a field office was given to us, Mr. Speaker. Not actually given, but there is an office that is situated in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Session resumes. May we hear from the proponents?
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of changing the word code to act, you know, I recognize that one of the ablest members of this parliament is MP Baintan Ampatuan. I recognize that. I recognize that. But in this particular case, because I am not a lawyer, I am a very simple man, I just look at the external aspect of the external aspect of a situation, and for consistency and pursuant to the Bangsamoro Organic Law, I'm referring to the provision. Our decision here is to maintain code, not act. Because in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, there are 6 priority codes: Admin Code, Civil Service Code, Education Code, Local Government Code, Electoral Code, and Revenue Code. For consistency and for some simplicity, we cannot accept the proposal to change code into act.
So you are rejecting the proposed amendment?
Yes, in effect, we are rejecting it.
From the proponent of the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was labeled as the ablest, one of the ablest in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. But let me explain, and actually I accept the I accept the proposal for not accepting it, Mr. Speaker. But let me explain why I propose that it should be changed into act, just for the education of everyone, Mr. Speaker. First, the administrative code, when we say a code, and in this case, education code, a code means a compilation of laws and issuances, Mr. Speaker. And in the case of civil service and administrative code, it's really our compilation of laws and issuances, Mr. Speaker. And in the case of education code, Mr. Speaker, my question actually is how many laws are embodied in this code so that we can say that this is really a code, Mr. Speaker. But I accept the proposal, Mr. Speaker, but my only question is how many laws are involved when we say it's an education code? How many laws did we compile in this particular code, Mr. Speaker?
So anyway, that is water under the bridge already. The proponent of the law has rejected the proposed amendment. We now go to Section 104, sir.
Well, on the second issue, since the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Education, MP Rasmit Mug Jr., has started the deliberation, then I'm giving him the floor to discuss the second issue.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the second amendment, it's unfortunate that yung deliberations kanina was a mistake. Ibig sabihin, we committed the mistakes in explanation. Thus, the proposal. So we would just like to note, Mr. Speaker, that on Section 18 of the BOL, it provides us to make, in the case of the Madaris, to enable it in the BARM, Mr. Speaker. However, we would like also to note that what allowed its eligibility is that there's a provision in law, and that's why we're putting this Section 104, so that there will be a provision in law that will provide the eligibility, Mr. Speaker.
So what is your position on this? Do you accept or do you reject?
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have to reject this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Do you insist
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I insist because...
Then we will divide the House, but...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me explain just
Yeah.
a few minutes, Mr. Speaker. The reason that I cannot accept the rejection, Mr. Speaker, is that the mandate of granting eligibility can never be transferred from civil service to the Bangsamoro government. As I've stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service Commission is a constitutional body, and we do not have our own Civil Service Commission precisely because it's a constitutional body. And the reason why I cannot accept, Mr. Speaker, is I don't want that this education code will suffer in its entirety because of this provision, Mr. Speaker. Because the provision, this specific provision encroaches the powers and mandate of the Civil Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. And its implication, Mr. Speaker, later on, once we grant this, Mr. Speaker, is, for example, Mr. Speaker, we can also grant, for example, MOLE a power to grant eligibility, special eligibility to their beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the possible implications, Mr. Speaker. So that's my explanation on this, Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
there is a separability clause on this. So we will divide the House, but we will table this matter. For the moment, we will proceed with the other proposed amendments. Secretariat, please take note, this provision, this proposed amendment is to be tabled for division of the House later. We now proceed with the, how about section 198?
For the third proposal, we willingly accept the proposal.
Secretariat, please take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other proposed amendment? From MP Raisa Jajuri and MP Paisalin Tago. What is the position of the proponents on these proposals?
Second level eligibility. I have to stand by the decision of the committee that it should be third level and managerial. So we reject the proposal.
You reject the proposal.
Yeah.
What is the pleasure of the proponents?
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and the indulgence of the proponent, I am going to push through with my proposal. Firstly, in our approved Civil Service Code, there is no third level eligibility. As decided in so many cases by the Supreme Court, third level eligibility applicable only to those presidential appointee. Secondly, as stated a while ago, it would be awkward if we require a much lower in position with respect to them to have a higher eligibility than their superior, which is the Director General. So by logic, Mr. Speaker, we should approve the proposed amendment as joined by MP Raisa Jajuri and MP Lorena. Thank you very much.
May I recognize MP Lorena?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the majority leader. I join in the amendment precisely because the mandate of Republic Act 11054 is a recognition of the distinct character and nature of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. In my conversation with the executive director of the CESO, Attorney Leones, he said, I agree that eligibility, third class eligibility is intended only for presidential appointee. But more importantly, there is a dearth of CESO eligibles for among our teachers, among our supervisors and superintendents. If If we insist on a third level eligibility, there is the possibility that we have to import superintendents from other regions. This is not the intent of 11054.
I'm encouraging them.
So we insist that the amendment should be voted upon so that at least we have fought for the autonomy that we so simply believe under 11054.
So we will divide the House on this proposed amendment. We will table it and settle it later. We will proceed with the proposed amendments. Take note, Secretariat. Any other proposed amendments? I think there is still another proposed amendment in the last phrase. What is the position of the proponents here? Do you include in rejecting this proposal?
So, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
good news for the proponents. We accept that. No. That's no.
You accept the last proposed
The last.
amendment.
The last.
Mr. Speaker,
So we will only divide the House on the matter of second level eligibility. Take note, Secretariat.
Mr. Speaker.
Any other proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker. Wala, hindi na marinig.
Any other proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, just a clarificatory question, Mr. Speaker.
MP Adyong, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, while we're on suspension, I believe the Speaker called me up and we agreed that the portion of my amendments will no longer be part in the committee report, and I agreed to that. I just want to ask if those amendments that were approved by the chair and by the proponent will also be flashed in the monitor, or only those who have proposed in the plenary will these amendments be flashed on the monitor? Only those members present their amendments will be flashed on the monitor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your proposed amendment will be flashed later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, please, if there are other proposed amendments. This is from MP Zia Adyong.
Mr. Speaker, can I come in? Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, may we know from the proponent their response on this particular proposal, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. What is the response of the proponent on the proposed amendment of MP Zia Adyong?
On section 140, as highlighted in red, we accept that.
You accept the proposed amendment on section 140?
Proposed amendment on section 143, we also accept.
Okay. Section 143 is also accepted.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you satisfied, MP Zia Diong?
Yes, may we go back to that, Mr. Speaker, if the proponent also wishes to agree with me that to include the word system after Mindanao State University. The word system. MSU Mindanao State University system.
What is the pleasure of the proponent?
May I explain, Mr. Speaker, the reason behind
You can.
this particular proposal, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, you can.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have to be conscious about the external campuses also located outside of the BARM. Though they are not part of the BARM territory, but they are under one charter. They are under Mindanao State University system, and the main campus is in an MSU. If we just simply drop the word system, then we are in a way just identifying campuses within BARM, which I believe is not the intention of the BOL. What the BOL intends really is for the Mindanao State University system, regardless of their campuses, Mr. Speaker, because they are under a one charter, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Session resumes. MP Zia. There are 3 observations in your
Tatanggalin lang natin yung jurisdiction over.
MP Zia. There are 3 observations in your proposal.
Also have relationship
You are proposing the word, the phrase relationship over
With
existing state universities and colleges. Is this proper?
Ang problema, yan ang inano nila eh.
MP Zia. MP Zia. MP Zia.
Kaya nga kayo, paano ito?
MP Zia.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah, section
thank you very
1
much.
you have a proposal stating relationship over existing.
May I therefore, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that's the old proposal that we had, but we amended that, we modified that to mean that the BARM would have a relationship with the existing state university.
So you are saying with.
Yes, relationship
So
with.
please change the formulation, relationship with existing state
State
universities.
universities and colleges. The ministry shall have a relationship with existing state universities and colleges under its territorial jurisdiction according to the provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Republic Act Number 7722, and existing laws and rules and regulation. The existing state university and colleges under the territorial jurisdiction of the
May I
BARM.
cut you there? Can you please
I would
flash
just
on
have,
the screen your own proposal, your own formulation?
all right, so will the speaker give me some time to formulate
will-
my, yes, thank you, then,
Mr.
We
Speaker,
will give you some time, but I will have to hear MP Jo Lorena first.
Mr. Speaker, during the break, I called my brother Sia because we do not like to start with the Mindanao system because the system also covers MSU campuses outside. The proposal is to have the Ministry of Basic Education will have relationship with Mindanao State University campuses within the territorial jurisdiction of the BARM of the MSU system, so that we will be excluding those without necessarily implying for them to secede, but the effectivity of the law will only cover our territorial jurisdiction because that is only what is.
So you have a formulation, Attorney Jo?
My formulation I
we
suggested
will-
to is with the MSU will also have relationship with the MSU campuses within the territorial jurisdiction of the BARM of the MSU system.
Mr.
Kasi
Speaker,
we have to divide
This
MSU
is-
into 2, those outside.
Let me please settle this first with MP Zia. Can you please send your own formulation, because if you read your proposal, it's a hanging proposal at the last sentence and the last phrase.
yes, I am aware of that, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading it and I observe that there's a, it's incomplete sentence. So
Yes,
can you,
it's
when
an
you,
incomplete sentence. So we
Yes,
will give
I
you
agree.
time. We will give you time
Thank you very
to,
much.
to
Yes.
formulate, to correct the formulation.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, MP Maysara.
Mr. Chair, I would like to I would like to state that under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Section 16, it is specifically stated there that any school, college, or university existing in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region as of effectivity of this organic law and such other schools and institutions that may be established hereinafter shall be deemed integral components of the educational system. So the wording that was being proposed there is not in accordance, I submit, with the wording in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. The word used is integral component of the educational system in the Bangsamoro Autonomous
Does it
Region.
say including the Mindanao State University?
Yes, Mr.
system?
Speaker, and it goes on to state further that shall be deemed integral components of the educational system of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and shall be governed by the respective charters. Meaning those who have their respective charters, like the MSU, The national government shall continue to support, enhance, and strengthen the Mindanao State University system. So the word there, Mr. Speaker, is that we include the MSU as one of our integral components of our educational system. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the wording that will be used there is a misnomer.
So anyway, we will have to wait for the formulation of MPZ adjunct. MP Mawalil, you were raising your hand a while ago.
Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker,
You proceed, MP
yeah,
Mawalil.
I was about to raise the same issue with the regards to the last sentence because I thought that it was a hanging statement. So maybe clarify on the proponent as to. But
Mr.
it was,
Speaker,
I think
yes.
it was substantially supported by the manifestation of MP Maysara Dadamulati. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to respond
Yes,
to that?
you are.
Actually, just to give you, to enlighten the parliament. Actually, this specific proposal comes from the Mindanao State University system. And so I guess I've already explained to the body that this was the old amendment that we proposed. But since, Mr. Speaker, the proponent of this draft has already accepted the inclusion of the last sentence originally formulated from the BOL, then I would move, Mr. Speaker, that Section 143 shall no longer be included as part of my amendment in order not to confuse and not to cause any further confusion in the future, Mr. Speaker.
So you're withdrawing your proposal?
So my proposal now, Mr. Speaker, is simply on the last sentence of Section 143 as earlier approved by no less than Chairman Akbal, Mr. Speaker.
But it is a hanging statement. The last sentence is a hanging statement.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, Section 143, I will no longer propose the inclusion of Section 143.
Mr. Speaker.
Since it's already been there, Mr. Speaker, that on Section 140, Mr. Speaker, has already been there, and so far as the relationship of the BARM with SOCS, with State University, that exercises their autonomous their charter and autonomy.
So
Mr.
you are withdrawing your proposal and we go back
yes.
now to the original formulation.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
So we have no, the gentleman from Ramain has withdrawn his proposed amendment. What is left
Mr.
right now
Speaker.
is the original formulation. MP Nabiltan,
Mr.
you're
Speaker.
recognized.
Just to clarify what MPC is withdrawing is Section 143, right?
Yes, sir.
And retain 140, whose amendment was accepted. I think that's correct because 140 speaks of relationship, integral component, and 143 is redundant. So I agree with the withdrawal of 143, the whole section of 143, because it is a redundant, and 140 is more in consonance with the provisions of the BOL, integral part of the educational system. Just for that, Mr. Speaker, just manifestation.
I am, Mr. Speaker, I am formally withdrawing.
MP
this
Adyong has
proposal.
withdrawn his proposal. But I have an observation. 1 minute suspension. proposed amendment. We will now proceed to the other proposed amendments. What is the proposed amendment of MP Satar? What is the pleasure of the proponent?
We accept that. We accept the proposal.
Secretariat, please take note. It's accepted. Any other proposed amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Any other what is the pleasure of the
Mr.
proponent?
Chair,
Yes, MP Abbas.
may we go back to the amendment of MP Satar because I have noted some inconsistencies here because madaris is plural, whereas the madrasa, all of the madrasa here is singular. So siguro kwan lang po. Yun lang po yung gusto kong i-point out.
The proponents have already accepted the proposed amendment, MP Abbas. Can you point
Yes,
out?
maybe, Mr. Chair, but maybe subject to style na lang po.
Subject to style.
Okay po.
We cannot do that subject to style. If you can explain to us what is the problem with the current formulation?
Madaris shall enjoy greater autonomy. The madaris there is plural, shall enjoy greater autonomy in decision making concerning any aspect of local madaris. I think it should be local madaris also instead of madrasa. Local madaris affairs by ensuring the strong participation of all stakeholders, including madaris heads, because it is plural here. Mudaris, learners, parents, and the community.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
anyway, just a matter of grammar. So we accept that.
Subject to style po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Secretariat, please take note. It has been accepted. Any other proposed amendment? What is the pleasure of the proponent?
Accept the,
Secretariat,
we
please
accept.
take note. Any other proposed amendment?
Yan.
These are the proposals of MP Jamila Ramos. What is the pleasure of the proponents?
We gladly accept.
Secretariat, please take note. Any other proposed amendment? Are there remaining proposed amendments that have not been tackled? No more? There are no more proposed amendments?
Gini material na iskrin na no secretary ko. Sa. Ha? Yang pilih sambunan, hindi ka madunay. Sudah terus karena pag-upo na kung senior. Iyo, bantu secretary.
What are the proposed amendments?
Mr. Speaker,
MP Rimbang?
Sir.
Sir, loud and clear ako dyan. Sir Speaker, tinig ba tayo? Wala, internet.
Yes, we can hear you, MP Bang.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, you may proceed, MP Rimbang.
Okay. Ano yun?
Yung high speed internet.
Sir, yung ano, dagdag ko na lang sir yung ano, high speed higher speed internet in the bar.
Oh, ayan siya.
speed internet.
Professional. Ayun, nito.
Saan?
There are no specific provisions in your proposed amendment, MP Rimbang.
Section 50, chapter
Section 15, chapter 2.
Technical Education.
Technical Education.
TESDA.
Sa TESDA, sir, TESDA.
What section?
Section 15, chapter 2.
TESDA.
Under sir sa TESDA.
Talaga ilan no elik yan. Ito na lahat no elik sa yan.
Doon sa job skills ability, doon sabihin, sa job skills ability.
Sir, under sa job skill ability.
Job skills ability.
Job skill ability. TESDA, sir, TESDA.
1 minute suspension. Amendments of MP Rimbang.
For the information of MP Sultan Rimbang, while we recognize his important participation in this deliberation, but I'm so sorry to say that we cannot accept any of the proposals. So we
MP
reject.
Rimbang, your proposals have been rejected by the proponent because they are general statements with no clear proposed amendments.
relevant provision.
For further explanation, just to fill the gap of the information that I have just explained, on number one, we are not amenable because that particular proposal should not be in the code anyway. Second, the second proposal is already in the code. And the number three is already in the code. So, while we rejected that, but in effect, we accepted 2 and 3. In effect.
So, MP Rimbang, are you okay with the response of the proponent?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Proponent accepted my suggestion rejected.
Thank you.
Okay lang, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Secretariat, are there any other proposed amendments?
Accepted ko lang na 2-3, kadududun ko,
Wala na?
si Siya Kundan.
So there are no more proposed amendments. We will now go to divide the House to in relation to MP Ramos.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of inquiry. If there are other pending amendments, because I believe I still have 2 pending proposed amendments.
Secretariat, according to MP Ramos, he still has pending amendments, proposed amendments.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
We have emailed it along with my previously approved amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Suspension. 1 minute suspension. Session resumes. What is the pleasure of the proponents as to the proposed amendments by the remaining proposed amendments by MP Jamila Ramos?
We reiterate our previous position that we cannot accept the proposal.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that my two proposed amendments be flashed on the screen?
Yes.
And may I be given the chance to explain?
We will give you time to explain. You can, Secretariat, please flash the proposed amendment by MP Yamila Ramos.
Basi.
MP Ramos, you may now proceed with your explanation.
Mr. Speaker, on my proposed amendment on Section 126, Integration of Tahfiz al-Quran, my proposed amendment is to include after the word shall be regulated and supervised, to include through proper accreditation and quality assurance. Also, in the same paragraph, I added, the ministry shall provide for regular funding in the ministry budget that will ensure support for Tahfiz al-Quran Learning Schools programs. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is important that we specify what form of regulation, supervision, and support we extend to Turel Learning Schools to ensure that we give to them the kind of recognition and support that they deserve. Some of the Turels that we interviewed are actually asking for some form of accreditation so that they can be properly regulated. Tulad po ng sabi ko kanina, they see this as a protection also from being tagged as breeding grounds for terrorism. Through proper accreditation, this Tahfiz al-Quran can be monitored properly, not only as to compliance to certain set of educational standards, but also should there be any assistance that can be extended to them, it would be easier to provide. Moreover, should they need assistance, they can easily ask for help considering that they have their own juridical identity. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, which is most importantly, as a learning institution with a unique setup like the boarding type, it is important that we look into the welfare of our students who are staying in Turels 24/7. We need to check if they have proper sanitation in there, including their food, safety, and health. There is a need to ensure that they stay in educational institutions with conducive learning environment. That's why after accreditation, there is also need for quality assurance to make sure that they continue to comply with all the standards and monitor their performance. And also, why regular funding? Regular funding for the programs need to be given because without it, we believe that our efforts to integrate Tahfiz al-Quran in our educational framework may fail. Again, during our FGD, these Turels highlighted their need for support in terms of funding, considering they only charge bare minimum. They only charge bare minimum for their students. For so long, Turels have been neglected despite the fact that they're one of the earliest learning institutions. In fact, they even existed way before the madrasa. Therefore, they need support more than ever, and it is high time that we provide them and answer their long-lost call. Mr. Speaker, in consideration of what our good minister has mentioned earlier, that no specific programs have been indicated in the draft code. What language we provided is the to provide regular funding without any specification of the programs, because we believe that it is also important that instead of putting the may, we want to ensure na talagang may tulong sa kanila by providing regular funding. Kaya kung pwede po, gamitin po natin yung word shall provide regular funding dahil depende naman po sa availability ng funds ng ministry kung ano pong programa ang nararapat. Kaya po, sana akin pong inaapila na sana ay makonsider po ito.
Thank you very much, Madam MP Jamila Ramos, for the explanation. And for that reason, I would like to reiterate our position that we are very much supportive of Tahfiz al-Quran, but there are limitations, legal limitations. And as I said earlier, this is the most debated subject or issue during the technical working group meeting, and even in the committee meetings. This is the most contentious issue, and the formulation that we included in the Bangsamoro Education Code is the most that we can put up, and the body agreed to it. The members of the committee agreed to it. So, while I understand the concern of the Honorable Member of Parliament, Madam Jamila Ramos, but I reiterate our position that we cannot accept it.
MP Ramos, what is your pleasure?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but for purposes of us, to foster democracy, Mr. Speaker, I want to put it on vote.
You are withdrawing?
No, I want to put it on vote, Mr. Speaker. I'm not accepting the non-acceptance.
So you will want to divide the House on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So we have 3 items for division of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I have one last. That was also submitted. Mr. Speaker, it's on the access and additional provision on higher education. It's at section 141, access to higher and modern education. Hindi ko na po babasahin. Babasahin ko pala. Sorry.
What is has the proponents read this proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker,
may we wait for the position of the the proponent?
Okay. Sige. Mr. Speaker, under the Education Code, we have Chapter 7, School Financing, Section 88, Bangsamoro Government Support. The Ministry may provide financial and other support to private schools, including but not limited to scholarship for qualified learners, operational costs of schools, and support to special schools development program. Considering this provision also allows the same, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we have to reject the proposal because we already have a provision for that also, Mr. Speaker.
MP Ramos?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Ministry of the MDHTE is implementing this program. However, Mr. Speaker, based from our research, there is no such basis on policies and legislations to this effect, except only on the provision in the GAA. So my proposed amendment is to strengthen and to have sustainability of the program, especially that this is a flagship program of the current administration.
Mr. Speaker, for now, the committee is more comfortable with the general specific provisions and hoping that in the development of scholarship programs, we could also consider this proposal from MP Jam But for the moment and for the purpose of the education code, we'll be sticking with the old provisions, Mr. Speaker.
So you're more comfortable with the current formulation?
No, Mr. Speaker. We have to reject this proposal, Mr. Speaker.
MP Ramos,
Yeah, again, Mr. Speaker, I submit for the division of the House. Thank you,
you
Mr.
are
Speaker.
proposing for the division of the House. 1 minute suspension. hear from the proponent of the proposed amendments.
Mr. Speaker, after having consulted with the committee chair and the committee vice chair, my two proposed amendments, I'm withdrawing it. But I just would like to make this statement and just for information of everyone that the AHME or the Access to Higher and Modern Education is not exclusive for private HEIs. It is not intended for the scholars and not for private HEIs or for the students alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Jamila Ramos. You have made the work easier. We now come to the division of the House and the two tabled proposed amendments. The first proposed amendment for the division of the House, subjected to the division of the House, is the proposed amendment of MP Bayintan Ampatuan, the lady from Maguindanao. Those who are in favor of the proposed amendments, please raise your hand. Those who are not in the Zoom, can we please know from those who are in the Zoom who are in favor of the proposed amendment? Those who are not in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hands. Those in the Zoom, please raise your hands if you are not in favor. Those who have intermittent signal, please type your votes in the chat box. Secretariat, do we have the results on the voting on the first proposed amendment?
Sure ka mo? Sabi na, batay pa na. Set ko na. No? Okay, maset ko. Okay. Mini lecture na sa mana. Mini ko na.
Dito ako magkano? Kabot namin. Sino niya niya? Okay.
Okay, vote 3.
Yes, Secretariat, do you have a report on the voting on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, the result of the voting on the proposed amendment on Section 104 by Honorable MP Ampatuan, the result is those in favor of the amendment, we have 3 votes, and those not in favor of the amendments, we have 42 votes, Mr. Speaker. That is to include physical and Zoom.
Those in the Zoom included. With the results, the votes yes coming from the Zoom and in plenary, we have 3 yes votes, 42 no votes. The proposed amendment is defeated. We now go to the second proposed amendment. The proposed amendment of MP Raisa and MP Tago.
Oh, yes, kasi well.
One minute suspension. Ano yan? House on section 33, the proposed amendment. Do we cover now the first 2 phrases? Because they cover the same subject matter. We now go to the division of the House. Those who are in favor of the Judge Jury and Tago amendment, please raise your hands. Those in the Zoom, please raise your hands also if you are in favor of the Tago and the Jury amendments and Lorena amendments. Those who are not in favor of the Tago, Jajuri, Lorena amendments, please raise your hands. May we hear from the Deputy Speaker Tan, what is his vote?
I was raising my hands, Mr. Speaker. Yes to Lorena, yes to Raisa, Tago, and Lorena amendments.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have the result.
You have the results?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on the result of the division of the House on the section 33 amendments of MP Jajuri, Tago, and Lorena, we have in favor votes of the amendments, we have 40 votes. We have votes for not in favor, we have 4 votes.
Amendments carried. Amendment
Yes.
With yes voting, with 40 votes voting in favor and 4 no votes, the proposed amendment is hereby adopted. Majority Floor Leader, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved. We now go to the adoption of
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed BTA Bill number 70 on second reading, Mr. Speaker, by Viva Voce, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to approve BTA Bill number 70 on second reading by Viva Voce. It has been seconded. There being no objection, we now go to the voting on the second reading. Those who are in favor, say aye.
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 Those who are not in favor, say nay. A resounding victory in the second reading. BTA Bill number 70 is hereby adopted on second reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary to print a copies, at least 2 copies, Mr.
How
Speaker.
many minutes do you require?
15 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is given 50 minutes to print the final copy. Majority Floor Leader, may I inquire? Majority Floor Leader, may I inquire if there is this has been certified as urgent?
Mayroon daw ba certification urgent? Sabi ko.
Majority
Mr.
Floor
Speaker,
Leader.
there is a certification as urgent bill issued by the Chief Minister to the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
15-minute break.
Pinaskalaston.
the BTA Cabinet Bill number 70, Mr. Speaker. There is a certification as urgent bill dated October 14, 2020. A letter from the Chief Minister to the Speaker of the Parliament, Ali Pangilinan Balindog, to certify as urgent bill the proposed Bangsamoro Education Code, Mr. Speaker. So be it, Mr. Speaker, and I now move for the approval of Cabinet Bill number 70 on third and final reading, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to
On
approve.
nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to approve on third and final reading BTA Bill number 70. Secretariat, please conduct the nominal voting.
Nominal voting on BTA Cabinet Bill number 70, otherwise known as Bangsamoro Education Code. The Honorables Abbas Ahmad, Abbas Haron, Abbas Haron, Abbas Zulkarnain,
Yes.
Abbas Basit Sarip, Abu Mujib, Adyong Jawur Rahman Alonto.
Mr. Speaker, are we not allowed to explain our vote? Because if not-
With due respect to the Deputy Speaker, the Speaker has only agreed to give 3 members in the plenary the right to explain their vote because of the limited time.
Okay, so therefore, Mr. Speaker, my vote is in affirmative. I vote yes.
Anyway, you can submit an explanation of your vote.
That is correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, my vote is yes.
Ahang Abdullah. Ahang Abdullah. Alamia Liza.
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to manifest my continuing reservation with respect to the removal of the third level eligibility requirement for Schools Division Superintendent and Assistant Schools Division Superintendent. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to cast my affirmative vote in the Bangsamoro Education Code, because with this measure comes my hope that every child in the Bangsamoro can access knowledge not only in the privacy of our homes, but also in public institutions that are built and maintained for every child who dreams of a better and brighter future. I cast a yes vote, Mr. Speaker.
Alauddin Faiz. Ali Ibrahim. Ali Junior Lanang. Ali Edi Mapag. Alil Cesar.
My vote is yes.
Ambuluto Suarto. Ampatuan Baintan.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my privilege to explain my vote?
Yes, you were given go signal by the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I cannot overemphasize the need for an education code. As one of the 6 priority legislations the BTA needs to pass during the transition period. This bill has undergone wide consultations that allowed the involvement of interested parties and stakeholders in the policy shaping process. After a series of public sessions and conferences, the proposed code now embodies an inclusive education that includes all strata education for indigenous peoples, special education for children with special needs, a more developed and comprehensive madrasa education program for Muslim learners, an institutionalized alternative learning system for out-of-school youth. These inclusions, in effect, make Bangsamoro education pro-poor and accessible to everyone. Needless to say, this bill is just but a first step towards what we envision our education system will be, but this is already a significant stride to lay a solid foundation in achieving quality education. Noteworthy to be recognized is the inclusion of peace education as an integral part of basic education curriculum, designed to instill the learners the culture of nonviolence, social justice, and respect for human rights. Another significant attribute of this code is its being a product of collaborative effort of both the majority and minority blocks of the Parliament. Both groups unitedly analyzed and studied every provision of this code. I commend the members of the Bangsamoro Education Code and the leadership for coming up with the education code that is truly reflective of the needs and aspirations of the Bangsamoro learners. It is being pro-poor, we are one step closer to our primary goal that no Bangsamoro child will be left behind. Mr. Speaker, however, during the period of interpellation and debate this afternoon and this evening, I cannot allow myself not to say my reservation, Mr. Speaker, on two aspects of the code, Mr. Speaker. One, that is most obvious to me, is the special eligibility under Section 104, and the third level eligibility under Section 33, which actually the Section 33 is, I think, will cause some headache to, especially to the minister, because the implication of having, but by putting the word second level eligibility as a requirement instead of the third level eligibility, Mr. Speaker, is even a school teacher can apply for a school division superintendent and assistant division superintendent. That will open the gate for more and more opportunities, but more and more headaches to process all this application. Mr. Speaker, I vote with affirmative vote, yes, but with reservations on Sections 104 and Section 33. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Anayatin Susana. Asmawil Muslima. Balindong Ali Pangalian. Bara Hamid Aminuddin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I vote yes.
Basman Anna
I voted
Terhata.
yes.
Basman Anna Terhata.
Yes, vote please.
Bato Muhammad Jainuddin. Burahan Abraham.
My vote is yes.
Kandao Bay Maleha.
Alhamdulillah for this Bangsamoro Education Code. My vote is yes.
Dandamon Latif Maysara. Diamla Musa.
For the record, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, but I do hope that the Minister on Education will help us on how to explain to our people the abolition of the positions of district supervisors and school principals. Thank you.
Dipatuan Saprula. Ibrahim Ahod. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz.
My vote is yes.
Gayak Abdullah.
Assalamualaikum, yes.
Gera Edward.
My vote is yes na yes.
Hassan
Kaya
Atimil.
pindutan na sungka ko speaker. Adi ka na ka kan ba't may pindutan.
Hassan Atimil.
Wala sir. Basta kanya ko basta rin nga pindut na speaker.
My vote is yes.
Ba't yung mga hero na kan si sir. Di ma
Hasim Abdullah.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Iqbal Muager. Ismail Rasul. Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin.
My vote is yes.
Caron Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini.
My vote is yes.
Loong Don Mustafa. Loong Don Mustafa. Lorena Jose Ribani.
With all due respect, with the collective decision of the body on the amendments decided by the majority, my misgivings on anything in the bill has been subordinated to the majority rule. My affirmative vote is yes, yes, and yes.
Makakwa Abduraub. Makapaar Abdullah.
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
Makaraya Jamel. Makasalong Marjani. Mangudadato Dato Kadafe. Mantawil Malik. Mastura Dato Tokaw. Mastura City Shahara.
May I explain my vote, Mr. Speaker?
You may now proceed, MP Mastura.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader, my fellow members of Bangsamoro Parliament, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. I believe that education is light over darkness of ignorance. It gives hope to the hopeless and it guides the misguided. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Enactment of the Bangsamoro Educational Code is a landmark accomplishment of the Bangsamoro Parliament because it has unique attribution that guarantees quality and affordable education. It likewise gives equal opportunity, equal privileges, and equal recognition to our ustads who for many years have been deprived of what is due to them as educators. Thus, being a youth leader, a mother, and an advocate of quality education, it is an honor and privilege to vote for the approval of this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I cast my yes vote to the passage of the Bangsamoro Education Code. Shukran and wasalam.
Mawalil Amil Bahar.
Mr. Speaker, just a short note. Very short note, Mr. Speaker, to explain my vote. Mr. Speaker, ini-imagine ko po yung scenario wherein lahat ng division superintendents ng buong bansa ay mag-gather sa isang lugar at lahat po sila ay seso holder na mga superintendent vis-a-vis sa mga superintendent na galing sa atin na ngayon ay na-assume natin na hindi na magkakaroon ng ganong qualification. This is sending a message, Mr. Speaker, na also worried on the provision on the Bangsamoro history. I would like to see that the IRR of this code will put forward the interest and agenda nung Bangsamoro history sa ating curriculum. I hope hindi na tayo dumating sa point na almost always dinedefend natin yung narratives ng Jabida Massacre na totoo ito. Almost always na hindi na natin kailangan pang i-defend na si Lapu-Lapu ay tausug for that. Na hindi na natin kailangan pang i-defend na yung mga massacres na nangyari sa ating rehiyon ay hindi totoo. So, Mr. Speaker, with what the minority floor leader earlier said, I also manifest my continuing reservation on the third level eligibility, the removal of that eligibility in the selection of the division school superintendent in the region. But I understand that this code is a crucial code, and in fact, this is one of our mandate that has to be that we need to fulfill as a transition authority. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes with reservation on the mentioned items. Thank you.
Midtimbang Dato Midpantaw. Mitmog Rasul. Mujahid Abdul Muhmin.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is still yes, though I have some amendment, kaya lang na pending na hindi na nabasa. But I'm still hoping, Mr. Speaker, that our Minister of Education will someday include my proposed amendment, yung magkaroon po tayo ng Imma and Khutaba Academy in order to institutionalize this agency na parang hindi tayong basta-basta na mapapasukan. Ma-regulate po natin yung mga imam natin, mga khutaba natin, because it's related to the safety and security of our region, Mr. Speaker. So my vote again is yes, Mr. Speaker.
Munoz Hussein. Oranon Suaib. Pakasam Ubaida.
Yes.
Pak Abdul Wahab. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Ramos Jamila.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I vote yes to the passage of the Bangsamoro Education Code. Education is the bedrock of empowered constituencies and developed nations. As such, it remains to be one of the top priorities of every government. No wonder why our Constitution itself assigned the highest budgetary priority to education. This is to ensure that every child is given an opportunity to learn, develop, and eventually better their lives. Hence, the Bangsamoro Education Code plays a big role in turning this into reality. A code that will spearhead the necessary reforms we need in the region to further strengthen our education system. A code that will recognize and integrate important considerations unique to our history, culture, and identity as a Bangsamoro people. That's why I highly commend the proponents of this code. My highest commendation to the committee chair, Minister Mohagir Iqbal, for giving due recognition and support to Tahfiz al-Quran, also known as Turel's learning schools. And I'm equally grateful to the proponents of this code for adopting my amendment to integrate Bangsamoro history, culture, and identity in the basic and higher education curriculum of BARM. I strongly believe that this particular concept is very important considering that we need to cascade cultural awareness and consciousness to the younger generation. Our youth needs to understand the narratives of the Bangsamoro people by retelling the Bangsamoro history from the perspectives of its people while being mindful of the struggle for peace. If we are to educate our children, they need to understand where it all started and why we are here in the first place. In a nutshell, I vote yes to the enactment of the Bangsamoro Education Code, and may this piece of legislation be the awaited catalyst for change to champion our rallying call that no Bangsamoro child shall be left behind. Sukran.
Rimbang Edrisa Nazer.
Ano daw? Yes daw yan? Waalaikumsalam, sir. Magkano na mapasa, sir? Dapat.
Sakar Mudayaw. Sakar Mudayaw. Salendab Said. Sali Al-Said. Sali Al-Said. Saliga Romeo. Salik Ali. Sanki Ali. Sani Punduma. Sani Punduma. Satar Alzad. Sema Omar Yasser. Sema Romeo. Sheikh Said. Silongan Aida. Sulaiman Ali.
Rumaninga. Yes, yes.
Tago Paisalin. Tan Nabil.
Mr. Speaker, this may not be a perfect law, but I myself have reservation on the civil service eligibility as pointed out by Baintan. But there can be no perfect law, and it's subject. It can evolve in the future. So, but my vote is in the affirmative.
Ucha Sahi. Ulama Melanio. Ulama Melanio. Usman Asfar. Jacob Muhammad.
Mr. Speaker, may I say just a note before I say my vote?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the Asatiz and Asatid, as one of the Asatiz of the Bangsamoro, I would like to express thanks and gratitude to the chairman of the Committee on Education. We know how difficult yung pagpasok nila ditong education code, which include the madaris teachers and staff. So dahil dito, it is a very historic
in the history of the Bangsamoro na this could included the public madaris as one of the government institution, and that the purpose of the struggle of almost thousands ustads, asatis, and asatiza in the Bangsamoro. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am affirmative. My vote is yes. Thank you very much.
UAK Narciso. Ibrahim Ahod.
The Secretary General, do you have a report on the results of the voting on the third and final reading of BTA Bill number 70?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have already the result on the voting on the third and final reading of the BTA Bill number 70, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Education Code. Mr. Speaker, we have 57 yes votes. We have 4 yes votes with reservation. We have 0 no votes and 0 abstain votes. Mr. Speaker, we have a total of 61 votes in favor of the BTA Bill number 70, Bangsamoro Education Code. Mr. Speaker.
With 50 votes, vote 50, 57?
61.
61 votes voting in favor of voting in favor, with no votes at 4 and 7 abstained. 7 abstained.
No abstain votes.
No abstain voting.
0 no votes.
So we have a total of how many?
61, Mr. Speaker.
61. With 61 voting in favor, with no
Zero,
with
no.
0 no votes, 0 abstaining, BTA Bill number 70, entitled An Act Providing for the Establishment, Management, and Support of a Complete and Integrated System of Quality Education in the Bangsamoro is approved on third and final reading. One minute suspension.
Yes, Deputy Speakers. Yes.
Bites. MP Bites, grabe yan na kakadlan, kakadid magagawi.
Ano?
Din ka naswalungan.
Doon ko naalungan.
Steady ka pipita.
Session resumes.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this special session until further notice, Mr. Speaker.
Session is adjourned till the next regular session. Okay ba? Kuha na yun, no? Speaker.
Amya pasad, kinis kalaston. Salamat.